There we are. Around. The lighting looks decent, right? I have never done this before. Yep, that's better, right? Nah, we're gonna give it a try. Doing it because I'm already doing this every day, anyways, right? So why not turn on the old webcam while I'm doing it? Share my music, share my process with you guys. Be fine. I've been given the advice that even if no one's present, I should act as if they are. So replays could be valuable. And yeah. Need the old energy, right? Okay, so what we're looking at right here is this is the hoplite. So it's like it's a Spartan, right? Greek hoplite, that's 300, you know. Shield, spear, sword. It's going to be actually a really fun animation process because unlike a lot of other units in the game, this guy does have two sets of weapons and operates very similar to that of a Spartan. So you have the big shield, you start out with the spear, you be stabbing it while you're blocking and all that, and then so they operate really good in a shield wall. And then you can have an ability where you can throw the spear and then whip out your sword. So, and you can actually, the plan is to make it so that you can actually go and recover your spear as well. So if it impales into a unit and you kill them, and you know their spear will be sticking out, and you can then run up and go and take your spear back so you can use it again if you want. But we'll see. I'm not sure how the persistent object of that would work in game, but yeah. Anyways, I already got a head start on it. Obviously, as you can see, a decent amount of him is done. We still need to do tonight. We're gonna do. He needs his foot, his back foot, his back arm, the shield. God, there's so many aspects to this character. The shield, the blocking version of the shield. He needs his hand. Well, we have his hand, but his hand needs to be holding the spear, and then you also need the sword holster on like his back leg, and then you need his hand holding the sword at different angles because of the attack animation, and then of course we wrap it all up with the head. I usually save the head of the unit for like the last sprite that I paint because it's like the most fun part. It's like where the character comes together is the head. I always enjoy it the most, and so it's because of that reason that I save it for last, because I'm like the kind of guy who, when I open a bag of Skittles, I save all the red ones. I don't eat any reds. I'll eat all the grape ones first, and then I don't touch green because green apple sucks, and they should have kept it at lime. But you know, I'll eat the grape ones first, and then I'll eat the yellow, then I'll eat the orange, and then I eat the red. You know, ascending order from like your least favorite, you work your way up to your favorites. That way, when you make it there at the very end, you have nothing but your favorite to eat. So that weird analogy explains why it is that I save the head last. I usually start with the chest, but I'm sure because I'll be doing this, painting these units all the time, you guys will get the opportunity to see one from the very beginning. But to be honest, I should have done that today, but I didn't have anything on the old agenda yesterday, so I wanted to get started early, and so I did. But the good news about that is that if anyone's curious about animation, I'll definitely be getting into animation tonight, you know, because I'll be streaming over the next 5 hours or so. So he won't take me more than 5 hours left, I think, to complete. I've already sunk this right here is 4.5 hours of work, but he won't take another 4.5. He'll be done before that. So for anyone who is watching and thinking about leaving him, oh, hey, I know you. What's up? Hi. Yeah. Gotta put the old. When I draw like this, right? And so my hand gets. I do know you. My hand kind of rubs on the art tablet. Oh, you can see my cursor moving. And so I want to put on my old glove here, my art glove, because it helps my hand glide on the art tablet. I'm speaking to you guys as if you weren't game artists or artists in general. I mean, if you are an artist, you already know half the shit I'm talking about. So, anyways, let's get started. I'm gonna try to do my best and pay attention to chat, but I can certainly, like, when I get into the art, I can, like, just lose myself in it. So we need to work on the foot first. Yeah, that's what we need to do. I have my reference images up here on my main monitor, and we're just going to get going. It's not in the right place. I hope I'm not too sniffly, because I went for a walk out in the cold. I will absolutely take a break and blow my nose if need be. You know, the sprites don't have to align perfectly in this in the painting view, because when it comes to the animation process, we can kind of rearrange things in terms of scale in Spine, which is the animation software that I use. So it's not too big of a deal right now. We start with a just establishing the silhouette and what the pieces are going to be. So I'm going to want it to be nice, hard. Try to avoid transparency as much as I can, because I don't think that's going to look too good. Try to give this Spartan some flip-flops. Not flip-flops, sandals. Thank you. Flip-flops. Spartan flip-flops. He's relaxing. He's on vacation. Flip-flop Spartan. It's the Vinar Republic in Conquest of Eldinar. That is what are. So it's gonna come hide this foot. It's getting in the way. If my audio, like, this is my first time streaming, so I would, whether it's live during the stream or in the comments afterwards, I would greatly appreciate some feedback on the audio. Like, is something wrong with my mic? Is the music too loud? Is the music too quiet? Are you getting a lot of background sound? Is like my noise gating too intense? You know, stuff like that. So, I love constructive criticism and feedback, because without that, I can't improve. Never improve, then you'll never be more than what you are right now. So, oops, you did not bump my mic. Yeah, I'm gonna start in all black first, and then do color afterwards. It's important to establish the shape first, because, you know, it's like the foundation. If you have a flawed foundation, then nothing else is going to work. You got to make sure that works from the very start. Then you can start doing color. It's like missing one piece. A little bit thicker, and do something I don't necessarily like. Do that anyways, because I'm trying to save time. All about speed and efficiency in game development. Got time to dilly-dally. Got deadlines to meet and whatnot, right? So gotta get that thing out there. That doesn't necessarily mean that I'm like, I don't ever really necessarily, you know, I personally have like very high quality standards that I put on the things that I do. So at the end of the day, yes, I'm trying to save time where I can, but you know, everything also has to meet that level of quality that I set for myself. Because I mean, for me personally, I don't really want to just get a game out, make a quick buck, and then move on. You know, I've been working a lot of day jobs for years. You know, just boring ass normal day jobs, and that's not what I want to do for a living. I want to make games, and I want to do this for a living. And I don't think the best way to get there is by scamming people your first time around the block. Nah, so I want to, you know, establish a good rep. That's one of the most important things for me as somebody who creates quality pieces of art. Passion and vigor. I think it's vigor, but you know, whatever. I have this nasty habit of every single time a track from Lord of the Rings comes on, I, within a couple of minutes, usually say, "God damn, I love Lord of the Rings. It's perfect." I say it every single time to the point where it's like, you're gonna be like, "Okay, we get it. You like Lord of the Rings." I really do, though. It's one of the, say there's a Conquest of Eldinar is like a celebration of all of the fantasy that I love. And that being said, like, Lord of the Rings is a major piece to that, like, puzzle of all of the different aspects of fantasy. Because, you know, fantasy / history, I'd argue, because I can say Greek and Spartan right now, but that's not necessarily fantasy because it actually happened. But I think you could also still make a case for fantasy because well, yes, I love and appreciate history and all that, and I want to be authentic. I think it's the fantasy of it, like the fantasized history, a fantasized version of that history. It's the idea of it. Like I understand that, like, you know, let's say, for example, the movie 300 isn't necessarily realistic as to how things actually played out in history. However, I'm not as interested in, just me personally, I'm not as interested in like capturing the realism or the authenticity of that history, and more interested in the philosophy or the idea of what it represents. That's more interesting to me. That's what I like to explore, using fantasy and or history as opportunities to explore themes and ideas. Yeah, I always start with a base, and then I go through with the dark, and then I go through and kind of highlight it. And depending on the material, which in this case I'm gonna say no, it's a metal material or something like that, I'd probably do a little Photoshop sharpen filter on it, just to, sometimes my brushes can make things look a little bit like soft, which is definitely my intent when it comes to cloth, maybe even skin, and in this case leather. But no, I will do sharpen. Yep, it just kind of makes it a little bit sharper, the texture there. But I will not sharpen the foot, however, the actual foot texture. In fact, I would argue this is done. The finishing piece that I do on every sprite is a airbrush overlay. Just, it's like a little lighting pass that I do, and it kind of helps unify the texture. Bunch of lame stuff. Don't care. Personally think that the dark pass of the light. I'm gonna do the light pass, the white pass, light pass, yeah, whatever. I like giving things a little bit of a kind of like a rim light on the edges, because I think it helps the sprite kind of pop a little bit more. Helps define the shape when there's that kind of hard contrast on all the edges. Which I think will be very important for readability in the long term. There we go. That getting to end. That is that's how I paint sprite. However, we are gonna. If you guys stick around for the animation / rigging process, then you'll understand why, but we need to did it once, but we got to do it again. We need 2 versions of the same foot. And that is because in this game, characters in their combat stance kind of move their leg behind them. They move their leg to the back and they kind of rotate the knee / shin / foot to kind of like ready themselves for battle. So we need the other version of this foot. A good example of this is you have the front leg, or front leg bottom. That's what these you're wondering what all these letters are, right? Have the side view, front view, side view, front view. So it switches the sprite based on where the leg is in any given animation. I don't actually need to be seeing that. I don't want to clog up the canvas with a bunch of different sprites, you know, because there's actually a lot more sprites to this character right now that are all being hidden that you can't quite see. And also, again, keep in mind, the positioning and the scale, rotation, all those sorts of things for the character right now are not final, not in Photoshop. I do the kind of like finalization and put everything together, make it truly authentic once we get to the animation process. Right now, it's just creating the Lego pieces. And then when we get to animation and rigging, we will assemble all of those Lego pieces into the completed character. So, yeah, anyways. I bet you there's probably just so much, what's the word? Like, there's probably a bunch of little things that I'm doing that I don't even realize. With like my speech or something. Will be fun to watch the playback of this later and kind of learn a little bit more about myself. Hopefully it's good. Hopefully it's I don't embarrass myself too much. Probably will. That's all right. I don't think most people don't nail things their first time around. I'm gonna make that assumption. I am no different. Yeah, like you should have seen even these characters, like the work in progress in the first time around pass. Like, I remember the footman, like, so he was like the first official character that I painted for the game. He was like painted in like 4K resolution because it's like my first time creating an actual game asset for a game. And he was in ridiculously large, the resolution, because I was like, oh, it has to support 4K or whatever. It has to be like a good resolution so it holds up. I overdid it so much. He was literally like, you take this character right here, who not only does he look fine up close, but that's not even the important part, because In a game like this, an RTS, right? He's going to be like this size, you know, right here. This is how big he's actually going to be because he's just one unit in a sea of units. So no, he doesn't really need to be painted at a 4K resolution. That's a bit much. But like when I painted this unit, he was massive. The footman, he was massive. So I like shrunk the unit down 1/10 of the size, and it still holds up. So yeah, that was rookie mistake. But yeah, the moral of the story is nobody's perfect. Gotta learn over time your mistakes. I do want to blow my nose real quick. I'm not gonna make you guys listen to it. Boop, boopity boop. Okay, no, we're good. Just making sure. Dog, yeah, you can. He's right there. Petting his little ear. There we go. Not actually though. Yeah, I will actually do it now. Love my doggy. Okay. Just this foot. Your toes. Make me do it, aren't you? That look weird, huh? Alright, trust me, I know what I'm doing. I'm a professional, goddammit. I probably should have posted on Twitter too, huh? Just don't use Twitter very much. Why I'm constantly trying to get people to join the Conquest of Eldinar Discord because, like, where to do all my communication and whatnot there. Centralize the conversation. Twitter. Me being the introvert that I am, I don't use social media in general very much. The only time I feel pressured to use social media is specifically when I'm attempting to market the game. even then, it kind of makes me feel like I'm like a fraud, right? Because it's like, oh, I'm not actually here because I'm trying to be a normal person and socialize like the rest of you. Specifically here for my own benefit of marketing my product to you, not because I want to socialize with you. I'd like to think hopefully there's a couple more people out there that are like me in that regard, and that it's not just me who's the piece of shit. Let me know. Oh god. Yeah, well, just fuck, I'm an amateur. That's alright. We can... I don't even want to go through the effort of explaining to you what it is that I did wrong, but I did do something horribly wrong. And it's okay, because it happens all the time. Let's just kind of pretend like I nailed it. And kind of limp our way to the finish line on this flawed sprite. It's okay, I don't think this is a horribly important sprite. I don't think you'll see it too often. It's not like it is looking awful. Probably just a little bit too harsh on myself sometimes, to be honest. It's fine at a distance. We're not done yet. That sound a lot, and I'm sorry. Don't even know why. It's like a instinct or something. I break a couple of my sprite rules on this one because kind of fucked up. It's okay. Right, we're winging it. I think the sprite still holds up. Yeah, that's fine. We're letting pass on it and ship it. Go. Oh, sharpen, right? That looks good. I'm anticipating a, I have this little, I have a 5, I mean, if you include my art tablet, which it does count, technically, from a technical standpoint, I have a 5 monitor setup. It's pretty cool that I have so many monitors for like reference images and music and Discord and everything that I need open at any given time. But NVIDIA GPUs have a 4 monitor limit. I have 5, so I had to bypass that somehow. I got this I forget what it's called. Some sort of like USB converter thing that I plug my 5th monitor into, that allows me to bypass that and the GPU limit, and it seems to work fine. The only downside, the only problem that I can detect so far is it's, for some reason, specifically Photoshop. No other programs, no games, programs, movies, whatever I do. It's just Photoshop, where if I'm painting for like a decent amount of time, let's say, probably once every 20, 30 minutes, like all of my screens will go black for a second, and then and then come back on after a second. And anything that's on that 5th monitor will move down to the 4th monitor, like kick everything off of it. So I try to use that 5th monitor sparingly, but I definitely need it right now for the stream setup. And it does interrupt the whole Photoshop painting process for like 10, 15 seconds. It's, small price to pay as far as I'm concerned for the utility of having a 5th monitor. That's nice. But what is it going to look like when it happens on stream? That's the question. I'm sure I'm about to find out here soon enough. All right. Just realized one flaw. We need dirt on his feet because this is a dirty, grungy war veteran Spartan. So, and I forgot to put it on this first foot. So we're actually going to do both feet. Just me, or does something look off? Yeah. I did the dark pass, but I didn't do the light pass on this alternative foot. There we go. Now the colors look fine. But we still need that dirt. Easy fix. By 90%. Splatter brush. Okay, enough. Got the color. That is not the color. This is the color. There we go. Get dirty, foot. This man needs to wipe his flip-flops. Dirt spray. I mean, your feet obviously have the most contact with the ground, right? So it should probably be arguably the dirtiest part of the character. Okay. Boom. Dirty ass feet. I like the grunge. Now it's really hiding up our shitty painting job on that foot. Go. Fully operational leg. Now we need to do the back foot. Sometimes I can reuse the front foot and the back foot. I can reuse the front foot sprite as the back foot sprite. Just like, for example, I'm not actually gonna, he's gonna remain legless, right, in Photoshop right here. I'm not gonna paint this leg because it's too similar to this sprite. So for the sake of saving space and time and resources, I will just use the sprite as this leg as well, and assemble that in the animation process. However, I can't get away with that in the foot here. Sometimes with like a boot or a shoe, I can just reuse the foot for both feet. But for the specific reason of the angle of the foot here and the fact that we're not like hiding the toes with a boot, it would be very clear that, you know, you have like the big toe and then all the little toes, you know, over here. So like you get what I'm saying. Like I can't, yeah, the foot needs to be, you know, this version of the foot needs to be wearing the sandal. Oh, that's okay. It took us what, 10 minutes, if that, to paint a foot, or two versions of a foot. So it's a fairly easy sprite to paint. What you should have seen was painting the griffin. Now that was something. What a process that was. And I haven't mentioned it, so I'll take an opportunity to mention it now. Maybe at some point, you know, again, I'm early in my streaming career, but I could, if you guys really want me to, I could install some sort of, I didn't even go through like Stream Elements really, or like Streamlabs or all the overlay stuff. Everything you're looking at in the stream, I just did by hand and put it together in OBS and called it a day. You know, backgrounds and the frames and all that crap. So no, the point I'm trying to make is I'm sure there's a way I could like link up some sort of plugin or something that can tell you guys what like song and what music that we're listening to, what music we're listening to. So it's just today it's my Conquest of Eldinar playlist that I put together on the Spotify app, and I listen to it all the time, obviously. And it's just an amalgamation of, or compilation of all sorts of different fantasy soundtracks. Lord of the Rings, Game of Thrones, World of Warcraft, gazillion other things. Because those help like keep me mentally like focused on the task at hand, because those franchises or whatever directly inspire my work. So helps get me in the zone is what it does. So if you guys want to know what I'm listening to, I'm sure I could find some sort of app. Or if you guys don't care, you want me to shut up so you can listen to it, that's what I'm going to do now. I'm not gonna lie, his snazzles, his sandals are kind of snazzy, and I want a pair. Although, if we're gonna go off of anything in Conquest of Eldinar, if I could, like, you know, weapons or armor, clothing, props, etc., if I could just pick one thing and have it, in real life, just for fun, I would say the first thing that comes to mind is the shoulder pads for the Dragonix warrior. That's a fun idea of mine, and I think they're just so cool. I could pull it up, but you have to ask. It's these big, dragon obsidian shoulder pads that essentially have braziers. That's the word, right? On the shoulder pads of like this arcane fire. So it's like big dragon shoulder pads with pink fire emitting from. It's super high fantasy, but they're just kind of awesome. Although the Crusader has a really cool sword, so does the King of Graves. Crusader has a cool helmet. I'd like the Footman helmet because it's just, or no, the Legionnaire helmet with the iron jaw and the saw. That'd be fun. Because those are like the early units. Some of the earliest units I ever did for the game was like the Footman and the Legionnaire. Like your classic human warrior and your classic like orc warrior. Those kind of stand out to me as like iconic. I mean, to me, just because I'm so familiar with them. They're some of the oldest pieces of artwork that relate to the game. So to me, in a sense, they're kind of nostalgic / iconic in some sort. Ooh, fuck that up. It's all right. We got this. Should probably try to swear less. Doesn't that have something to do with the YouTube algorithm? I'm probably shooting myself in the foot by doing that, huh? Well, I will try to work on it, but it is certainly not. There's no kids in my life. I have little reason to watch my language, and I hang out around a bunch of men, so play games with a bunch of dudes. So yeah, not exactly an environment where you find the necessity to be tactful or watch your language. So I have to kind of like try to turn that off when I'm on stream, I guess. Get the dirt this time, right? You knew that. You're paying attention. Usually I'd be a little bit more conservative with the grunge, but it's very much an intentional design decision for this character. Trying to hammer home the kind of veteran, like experienced, grungy in the thick of it kind of. I don't want like these clean. These guys aren't like Aranor, right? They're not like these clean, noble heroes of the realm. You know, these are motherfucking Spartans from, you know, a Greek-like area, western wildlands of Kilraeth, where everything wants to kill you. There's um, creatures and warring factions and monsters and bandits and villainy, minotaurs, dinosaurs, giant scorpions. There's all sorts of crazy stuff over in Kilraeth, that continent. So the Vinar Republic certainly have to be. The only reason they've been able to survive this long is because they have some of the best when it comes to their warriors. So, but they are not pushovers, that's for sure. That'll do it. I think that concludes everything to do with the lower half of the character. That's good. Yeah. So say we go into his back arm now. Back arm next, and then so everything back here. See do his back arm. Get to do his back shoulder. BAT, back arm top. BAB, back arm bottom. BH, back hand. And then we need to do a version of it that supports him carrying the shield, and a version of it that has him without the shield, so that way he can drop it if need be. Oh, and there has to be a blocking variation where he's holding it side on. You know, if the camera's over here, right? It's looking, you're the camera, right? Shield needs to be right here in the painting process. So, okay. Start from the shoulder and work our way down. I'm telling you, we're completing this tonight. The painting process, I mean. Certainly not completing the animation process on this character. There's a lot of things that we got to do with there. But fairly confident we'll be able to get started, at the very least, on the animation process. If not, at least we'll hopefully complete the rigging process, but I make no promises. I think that'll be an interesting thing to watch. Back view of this shoulder pad, eh? Probably look something like this. not going to do the straps on the shoulder. These are, I guess you could call them tassels, maybe, because I think they won't be very noticeable from this point of view. So, the effort of saving time, or in the spirit of saving time, and trying to make sure that we don't create something that's going to look visually kind of buggy and weird, we're going to skip over that. At the end of the day, we could always come back if we're feeling like it's missing something, but I have a hunch that I should not include those because, well, it's hard to explain. But who knows? Maybe you'll get the opportunity to see for yourself. Definitely sharpen metal. Isengard Unleashed. Top first. Should be a pretty easy one. Just do the sleeve and call it a day. Off the opacity, remember? I'm gonna capture that transparency lock. That's a big one. Oh, I feel like I'm gonna jinx it, but I'm really surprised we haven't gotten that error that I was talking about, the whole black screen thing. Really does happen quite frequently. Ish. So, it's every half an hour. Been streaming for what, how long? An hour? Yeah. That's crazy. This must be like a new record or something. Consider myself lucky. This one invisible for me. Help me get an idea. Absorbing reference material. Calculating. I know what I'm doing. Looks like I'm gonna slightly tweak this though. Hide that because it's getting in my way. That. Should I have like a you should tell me in the comments or dialogue or whatever. Should I have like a right above me or something, like up over here, like where the schedule is? Maybe I should shrink the game art view down even more. Should I have like one of those previous works from this artist or whatever? I could assemble like essentially like a montage of some kind that's constantly playing in a little window above me. Um, like a montage of like the different characters I've painted so far, like their animations and all that. So it's like maybe if I'm not painting something not too interesting at the moment, you can still like see kind of angle this down a little bit, I think. Yeah, you could see like a sizzle reel of some other cool stuff I've also painted. Yeah, just an idea. Let me know if that sounds like something people would be interested in. I think the main reason that I'm getting the issue. No, okay. Wish it would just happen, get it over with. But yeah, no, I think the main reason I'm doing the whole streaming thing is I just need a. First of all, like, why not, right? But yeah, no, I just need like an easy way to kind of market the game, I guess, or like share it with you guys without something that doesn't require too many resources to create in terms of marketing materials. Because as it is, I'm already so bogged down with development, doing this exact process right here, that it makes it difficult to market it at the same time. So yeah, it seems like a relatively easy way to market the game. Just keep doing what I'm doing, but do it live so you guys can see it. But anything I can do to make it a more interesting or engaging experience, please let me know. Right, might be a little bit too fat, but I'm not worried about it. It's probably fine. Good enough. I try to approach these things with that kind of nonchalant, it's good enough, you know. It's not because I'm lazy, because I have a very perfectionist kind of mentality, mindset. So I'm like battling myself, because I know if I were to just be set loose, then everything would just be perfect all the time. Right? Like I wouldn't stop until everything was perfect all the time. And that is not good. It's not good. If I ever want to get this thing done, you know, nothing will ever be truly perfect. You just have to, it's less of a conversation of is it perfect or not, and more of a conversation of, should be a conversation of, is it good enough? Because at the end of the day, it's like, you're just going to have to do with good enough sometimes. I hope you guys are enjoying the music. Sharing a piece of myself with you. Certainly. Tell you what, this isn't gonna do though. This needs to be higher. I need room for this thing right here. The red. Now they're intersecting, and that just does not look good. So this whole thing is gonna have to move up to about here, I think. Erase this one. I also have to mess with the silhouette now because I added the little pieces on there. So nope, don't erase that. Get out a little bit. Hit a couple of times. Make sure the edges are a little hard. They don't have that blurriness, you know? I mean, not perfect, but relatively hard is better than straight blurry. Guys, I want teriyaki. Somebody get me some teriyaki. Alright. I'm doing my job. You do yours. Just kidding. Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be something? Echoes of an old life. Far behind me. Shouldn't dwell too much on what's behind you, though. Focus on what's ahead of you. To a certain extent. Well, what's fact is the past is out of your control, you know. You can only ever be like a victim or a benefactor of the past. You can be, but you don't have to be for the future. Future, you can be its architect. Build one worth living. This has been your daily philosophical advice from Corey, signing off. Should be another thing too. I should probably like put my name or something, right, on the stream display, in case people are curious. Like, what are the, you know, what are they supposed to call me? My name is completely absent. So unless you ask me, hey, Mythward guy, painting dude, artist man, just call me what everybody in high school called me, right? I was the artist kid because I was the kid that was good at art at my school. That was my identity. Hey, artist kid, draw me something. No idea how many times I've heard that in my life. My name's Corey. Hi, I have personality. That's okay. It's fine. It's totally fine. I'd rather be. It's cool to be known for something, I guess, than to just be lost in the masses. You know, stand out a little bit, even if you're known by your label, which is artist guy. Last will come in and we'll ding up the armor a little bit. Add that grit that we've been talking about. A bit of dirt, a little bit of blood, maybe. Scratches, scrapes. Sorry for bumping that. It's the duality of like wanting to get the microphone closer to my mouth so I'm clear and all that, but it's also in like direct proximity of my pen. So I might accidentally nudge you here and there. My deepest apologies. perhaps there can be some way in the future in which I can remedy that. Tell you what, I am freaking starving. I'm feeling that stomach pain. But, much down to cup of noodles right now. So, not exactly excited to eat. You guys have had a good time watching so far. Solid, hour or so into it. Here on out, you'll be able to catch me 5 days a week. Can't say I'll be doing it forever. For a good long while, for sure.
Hold on. Darkness just texted me.
Hell, I'm really getting into the zone now, being so quiet. Right, just listen to music with me. We will get this Spartan done. One more, see my dog hiding back there. I'm gonna do one more sprite. We're gonna do the backhand, and then now that we've just about done the whole arm, set out to do the backhand, and then I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break or so, go let the dog out, and let the dog out and eat like a freaking power bar or something. I gotta eat something. This insufferable stomach of mine will not leave me alone. We should have been smart. Done that before the stream, but I'm sure you guys will forgive me. Everyone knows fingerless gloves are badass. And it's completed arm. So, plan is, re-enable all these different little pieces. Where we're at with him. Not too much left to go. There's a lot of, yeah, pretty much all that's left is the weapon implementation, including the shield. For the weapon and shield implementation into the character, and of course, last but not least, the head, which is always the most exciting part for me. You know, the helmet. I love helmets and whatnot. So, yeah, I need to take the dog out. He knows I'm talking to him. You need to go potty outside. Yeah, he does. Anyways, yeah, I'll be back in like 5 minutes or so. It shouldn't take me too long. But yeah, I will see you guys soon. Alrighty. Back. Good eye. Let's do this. Open it up. Yeah, there you go. Mountain Dew game fuel. Game development fuel, am I right? Ha! It's a raspberry lemonade. Pretty good. Like the zero sugar part of it. That's nice. Yep. Don't mind me if I occasionally grab a handful of goldfish. Because, yes, goldfish is great. Definitely gonna solid meal before I start streaming next time. I will not abandon you guys though, right? Not right now. No, we're committing. All right, let's do this. Okay, so arm, we need the shield. Let's do the whole back arm first. Shield arm, right? I'm going to pull up the old footman for reference real quick. So I'm curious. See, that's what a whole unit looks like, right? Okay, simple enough. We're gonna take both of these though, because I always find it useful to try to keep things as similar as possible. And you'll see I'll reap the benefits of that when it comes to the animation stage. I'm just gonna put these in here for a scale reference. So I can try to do the Spartan shield to a similar size. It's not mandatory, but can be useful when it comes to the animation stages. The more similar in scale the different pieces are, the more similar in scale the different pieces are, then that means less adjustments and tweaks will have to be made when the animation stage begins. Yeah, that makes sense, right? Yeah, that makes sense. So, let's start with the back of the shield first. Yeah, whole back arm thing. Let's hide that. Type something. My keyboard is loud, I am warning you. Tried to move it as far away from the microphone as possible, but odds are you're still going to hear it. Gotta hide this character's bodies, getting in my way. So this is going to be the easiest shield ever because it is definitively a giant circle. So just got to render a big bronze circle. That's about it. Say about this big, maybe. Pretty decent size. That would cover about. Let's get the lay. I need him to come back for the scale reference. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's just about down to his knee, from shoulder to knee. Pretty sure that's actually pretty accurate to the scale. Look at that. Whoever said you couldn't just wing things and have it turn out for you? I kind of want to center it a little bit more though. It's not perfect, but I think I like the way that sits. Maybe move it just to add up that way. Okay. Render a big ass circle, shall we? Like that we got some 300 music playing now. That's good. Perfect. Going on a big old loop-de-loop right here. Close that over. Oh. Chill out. He's a good boy. Ruin this perfect circle a little bit by adding a little bit of a I'm gonna overdo it. I could add some cracks. I want his shield to look like it's a piece of shit. But scruff up a couple of parts. Edges. That should do it. There it is. Wow. Look at that. Okay. Alright, so it's alright. We know what it looks like now. That is the monitor glitch thing. Though at the end of the day, it looks to me as if it were relatively harmless. So just kind of made the whole window disappear for a second there, but that's not so bad. That's fine. Only when I'm painting, might have to put up with that for a little bit until I can find a fix. I don't think it's too big of an issue. We're getting there. Need some goldfish. Pretty good as far as I'm concerned. Definitely add some blood on this one, though. Gonna be a place to add some grit. Shield is definitely gonna take the blunt of that. Ha 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 ha, so funny. Edges where he's doing his, like, shield bash thing, you know? Pretty hardcore. Well, the intent is for it to be a rated mature game, so gotta earn that rating somehow, am I right? Just wait till we get to the Chitauric. Oh yeah. That'll get me the rating. But done here. However, it is floating right now. So let's get this. Okay, well, two things. One, I need to have a detached version of the shield, so we just need to take the this in a folder, copy it out here. Hide it. Save that for later. Let's go back and ungroup these. Just need some arm straps over this arm. Otherwise, shield's just kind of hovering in place. Leather. Huh? Why? Oh. That's funny. Painting on the basic layer this whole time and not the shield one. That's right, we'll just do a quick switch. Make tons of mistakes all the time. Just can't stop making. So we do this strap once. Watch this. We cheat. We do it once. Copy it, and we paste it. Boom. I said before, it's all about saving time. Wherever we can, however we can. This would be a good instance, in which case you can see how, like, me painting the strap, getting pretty lost in the texture because it's lots of browns, playing around with a lot of dark colors. It's getting lost in here, and that's no good. You want readability, that's for sure. Despite being authentic to the colors, you know, you want that readability, so we are going to need to add some highlight here. Help this texture be pop a little bit from that background. There you go. A lot more readable now. You can kind of see the highlight. This. Add some little bolts on it too. Why not? That stands out a decent amount, I think. There we have it. Okay. Now we need the just call it the block. This would be a fun sprite to make. That need to make the Spartan equivalent of this sprite right here. This is the Aranor Footman one we're looking at, but it needs to be Vinar Republic. Oh. Got a lot of things going on with this sprite. First and foremost, I think our character's hand is maybe centered a little bit more. We need to copy the positionment. Positionment? That is not a word. Positionment. Me. Arm. A little bit more. Crap. Strap. Be about height, right? I'm gonna center it. Be about there. A little bit inaccurate, but I'm gonna make it slightly bigger. I can cheat, do whatever I want. It's my game. Ah, you'll see though. Animation process. You'll see. It'll be useful. Plus, this is one of those rare sprites where you really have to be accurate and pay attention with your sizing, because it's one of those rare sprites that actually, you know, more or less affects gameplay. Because the size of his shield right here is very important and accurate to actual gameplay needs of being able to block the arrows and attacks, you know. Because hypothetically, if a character's, you know, blocking you and they're aiming it up or whatever, you could shoot them in the waist or their feet or something, and you could still get that full damage on that character. If you're using your shield to try and block something, then you have to more or less actually successfully land that block, or it's null and void. Think of accuracy, we copy this bit. Paste it up here. Okay, base is ready, but a lot of different details to be painting here. Now we got, let's see, base. Base should be shield color, and I would argue skin. See that neck? That'll give us a just kind of color sampling here real quick. Sake of efficiency and speed. Hand is gonna be able to see much of the hand. The glove and the arm. Argue the maximum amount of. Is there anything else? It'll probably be in that space right there. Next up will be leather. This is the big one. Get right. texture. Yeah, I think that more or less covers where all those pieces are going to be. So I'm going to hide this other stuff now. It's just at least it should capacity at the very least. add some red to this. Accurate to the design is in fact a red ring around it. That'll be easy. B becomes that missing part of the red is B. Right. I think that's more or less getting the point across. Choice adds a little bit more visual flair to the shield instead of it just being a big yellow board. So I just clicked something on my desktop. Fine. Oh, it's not your turn yet. Coming soon enough, but quite ready for that yet. There it is. It's the block. So that makes the yeah, that's the entire arm. The entire back arm. Which leaves 2 more segments, I would argue. Let's review, shall we? Ignore the weird looking head. Obviously that's we're getting there. We're almost there. But that's our character. And obviously the other thing to ignore is this missing leg piece right here. That's because that leg piece is just going to be this leg piece. We're going to reuse it. But there's no need to do that here in Photoshop. We're going to do that in the rigging process once we get to spine. So in terms of painting, what we have left on this character is the weapons, which are going to be going in this hand. There's a couple of elements to that. You have to have the arm not only facing side view like this, but it has to be straight on towards the camera view as well, because the arm kind of moves in a full arc way that the character's animated. So yeah, the spear, he uses a spear and he uses a one-handed sword. Furthermore, with a one-handed sword, we're going to have that be in a scabbard on his left hip back there, hanging from his waist. So after he throws the spear, he can reach over to his left hip and pull the sword out. Yeah. Okay. Think about this for a minute. The head will be the easier sprite to do, but we should focus the arm and get all those complicated ass sprites out of the way. So many different hand sprites here. Bringing all these guys in for reference. Wait a second. I might be able to cheat here. In order to do so, I have to go digging something. Wow. This isn't a long story. However, the question is, can these be reused if I recolor them? Because that is straight up That is straight up my sword design. If I can just replace the silver, my gold. These are from a, to explain it briefly, these are from an old project. I did essentially a game jam. And one of the characters that I painted, much Spartan. Take these sword sprites from that character. And this sword is my exact sword here. Just is silver instead of gold. So place the silver with my gold, then the sword's done. Boom, life hacks. All right. Alright, that head is really ugly though, so I'm gonna hide it. Don't want anybody getting the wrong idea. That's what the head's gonna look like. Alright, so I'm noticing right out of the gate that the sword might be a little small, I think. I'm telling you though, we're gonna cheat our way through this. Saving time is important. It's not the only cheat I'm gonna utilize as well. Got one more up my sleeve. Comparison to this Eldinar sword. How are we looking at for size? Yeah, I mean that makes sense. I think size-wise, it is supposed to be a little bit more of a short sword kind of thing, like I don't know if I'd call it a cutlass, but in fact, no, there is an actual name for this exact type of sword, like a Scorpius or something. I'm not sure. This is pretty much like the 300, obviously, like the 300 sword. Pretty darn close to that sword's design. But I'm happy with the scale. I'll tell you what, we're just gonna make one teensy weensy little edit. It's up here. Yeah, you just want to constantly make sure that you're referencing previous assets that you've done to make sure that you're keeping a consistent level of, or like a consistent style and level of quality, and also in this case it'd be proportion / scale. Going to ever so slightly increase the height of this blade, but I do want it to be shorter than the sword on the left right there, the Eldinar sword. I'm happy with the size of that, so I'm gonna stick with that. Now we need to make this silver. We need to make it gold, match the rest of our character. I have a easy little fix there. First things first. Actually, what am I doing? Select everything, but cut out leather and this red. We want to keep those the way that they are. Only thing we want to change is that silver. Ooh. Okay, so this is a gradient map for you non-artists. Okay. Take this dark color. That there. The middle color. And finally, the light color. So that's all three of our colors. Now let's just play with the positioning of said colors. We get it looking the way that we want it to look. I think that doesn't look bad. I think we can make this look a little bit better with two additional things. Oh, also we need to copy this gradient map. Set it off to the side. Hide it. So we are going to be able to use that other angle of the sword as well. Everything we do to this sword, we're going to have to do to that one too. Also, I'm thinking about, you know, the intent is for me to, I'm on a kneeling chair right now, and it's nice and all. Making sure that I'm in a sitting up kind of attentive position for my streaming audience, but goddamn, is my back killing me? Because I've been holding pretty much a straight back position now for 3 hours. It's alright, it's good for me. But I might switch up my whole setup here in a little bit, which shouldn't be more than like a few minutes worth of a break. Uh-oh, dropped my pen. If the hoplite sword doesn't have a bunch of blood on it, then they're doing something wrong. Again, that's pretty intense, but Yeah, I dig it. Dig it. There it is. It's alright. It's just a quick little... Twice now. Interesting. Interesting. Hmm? And don't worry about it. Want to bump whole blade it up a little bit with brightness and contrast. For some reason I just kind of want it to be brighter. I feel like that blood should be darker though. Yeah, I don't like that. Problem is, I'm gonna copy everything we did here over to this. All this front hand toward all that. What? Okay. Also 300. Good, great, perfect day for that soundtrack to be coming in. Making an appearance in the old playlist. Need to get the edges of this a lot more solid by making like 50 duplicates of it. I think. Oh yeah, we can get rid of this reference sword now. Okay. A couple of things need to happen here. One, height to this. Let's come up just a smidge. There, I'll do it. Duplicate this one more time for good measure. I want to bring out that tip a little bit more. Okay. Now let's take this radiant mask earlier that we copied from up here. Apply it here. Trace out the parts here that aren't working for us. Hey, bud. Hey, it's okay. Hey. Bark now, it's on stream. No, you can't sit in my lap. Oh, that's what you're trying to do. You're thinking about it. Sit right here if you want. Not my lap, though. Yeah, I know. Life is hard, huh? Look at that. Look at how easy that is. Cover. Alright, nobody panic. Finish with this hand. I am adjusting my sitting setup, much as I appreciate the back exercise. I'm not sure how much more I can take. I have to work on that over time. I think naturally I'm much more of a lounger, leaner, layback kind of person. Yeah. Different camera angles. And the other ones are super easy. So all you gotta do is take this weapon up here. Down here. A single. I'll hide that weapon now. Hide this weapon. Need 2 variations of this. We need a copy of the probably be explaining this more, shouldn't I? Yeah, it's complicated. You'll figure it out. Need the character be holding this weapon. Maybe it's not that complicated after all. I think that's about every weapon variant of... Oh shit, I forgot. We have a spear to do. Not ready for the head yet. Second weapon he uses. I would say we actually should rename this stuff to Let's do some quick renaming. Alright, does need a spear. First unit in the game I will have done that has a spear weapon. It's my first time doing that. That'll be fun. Okay. Give me one moment. Use the restroom, and then I'm gonna readjust my setup here a little bit to get a little bit more comfortable. We still got another 2.5 hours, so yeah. So I want to make sure I'm comfortable. So I will see you guys in just a minute. Perfect. 300 music. down on the ground now in my chair. So you're down here with me now. Let's continue, shall we? Got a unit to finish. Okay. Got my armrest here. Okay. Spear, that's what we're doing. So I do have a cheat on this one. It's not here. Or like, best place to find it. Alright, I'm cheating. This. That. Back here. Spear, which is obviously a much higher resolution than the character that we're painting. That's okay. Character would probably have it spear, so you know what, we will just push the limit of this canvas and we'll call it good. Yeah. However, it's definitely like that. There we go. That's good. That's a spear. But obviously the colors are all wrong, so we are going to paint over this. Also, this was done in a more cel-shaded kind of way, and we want the more painterly aesthetic of our game, right? So, just paint over it. I say yes and no. This, that, we erase red parts back to those. Furthermore, establish what some of these pieces are real quick. The song slaps. I know it wasn't very critically well received, but I personally like the Warcraft movie a lot. Is it flawed? Yes. The third act, I think the biggest problem in that movie is the editing. Editing and probably just the direction for the humans in general. But obviously, like, the orcs were great. But yeah, I think the editing, especially in the third act, was not good. Like, Durotar's sacrifice, or sorry, Durotan's sacrifice, like, it was kind of like, it was like arguably the best scene in the movie, but it's like done right before the climax, and then they just skip over it because, oh, we need a big CGI battle at the end. It's like, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, no, no. That should have been the climax of the movie because it was so good. It would have been a lot more impactful, too. But you know, they just kind of rush it so that we can go get like the chaos of whatever the hell happens at the end. And I think especially in the beginning, like the editing is just so quick. It's like jarring. How quickly we're moving from one location to the next. Because you know they have so much ground to cover in the story. And even me being like an avid fan of the Warcraft fan in general, who like knows the lore, knows the history, knows all this stuff, even I was like struggling to keep along my first time watching it. So I can't even imagine what it was like for like you know, a general consumer, somebody who is not familiar with the Warcraft franchise, to have to sit through that for the first time. They probably would have been like, what the hell is going on here? But speaking of songs that slap, this song slaps too. It's what I like to call God tier. I think we're gonna have just enough time to finish the painting process today. Um, don't think we're gonna make it to the rigging. Now I say this because well, the intent moving forward is to have the streams last go all the way up to 11 p.m. I actually have a meeting that I need to attend to tonight with the other devs. I would have had it a little bit sooner if it weren't for the fact that I'm doing this first stream. So I'm probably gonna call it tonight at 10. So I got one more hour. Just because I want to make sure that you know us in the meeting have ample time to get through that. But for in the future, moving forward, the intent is certainly to have these streams go on until let's say until 11. Yeah. Actually, a negative side effect of me Well, leaving early like that means that, sorry, if you were interested in seeing the rigging process, I'm definitely gonna still make it to that tonight, despite my my meeting. I stay up until pretty much what you're seeing right now on stream. This is my life. This is what I do. Just about all day, every day. The only time in which I break is when that little goblin right there needs to, you know, go leave to the exterior dimension of the space which has trees and grass. I cannot say the key words because he's a smart dog, and if he knows what I'm saying, he will freak out because he gets very excited. So, can't say, I can't sound it out because he'll know the word. Yeah, he's already acting a little suspicious. He's like, Dad, I feel like you're trying to fly something that has to do with me. Yeah. Anyway, anyways. This is my life. This is what I do all day, every day. Pretty much stay up until 4 a.m., 5 a.m., sometimes 6 a.m. doing this. I wake up, I shower, I try to eat something, and then I get back to doing it some more. I'm not complaining, by the way. Like, I love this. I wouldn't rather be doing anything else. But it definitely can be, I'm not only doing it because I love it. I'm doing it because I'm trying to build a future. And so that kind of pressure kind of frames it in a different light, I guess, if that makes any sense. Certainly the lack of there can be times in which I wish that I had a little bit more variety, but just don't think that the cards are really lined up for that right now in life, because I have to go really hard on Conquest of Eldinar development, because I really want to get this Kickstarter launched in by no later than August of this year. And in order for me to meet that deadline, I'm more or less the only artist on the team. So as you can see, I'd like to think that we're pushing the visuals of the game as far as we can go. So yeah, I got a lot that I have to do. want to do this one. This one slaps. Okay, spear looks good. I honestly don't see any instance in which the spear isn't just holding it like this. I don't see the need for any other frames. Wait a second. We need to like flip it upside down. Need two separate grips because he's gonna throw it like this, you know, so it has to be, the point has to be that way, not holding it upright like this. It needs to be like that. That makes sense. So two separate sprites for the spear. So I have to put the hand on it now, you know. Put the hand. Call this and spear. I'm gonna duplicate this one more time. Call it spear. Just call it reverse, I guess. I think we should put the spear at about the 2/3 mark. Seems like it'd be about right, I think. So yeah, sorry if this is complicating. I promise you it'll make sense though in the animation stage. I put it at about thirds. About think about here. I think that looks right to me. This is for the straight view. Let's set this up here. Okay. getting ready to throw it. Which leads me to my next point, which is that I do need a open hand, I think, sprite. Which I can also look at how many front hand sprites there are. There's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, need to be one more. Going over to Lynn Aaron. Where you at, my guy? Need your help. I know you have a good hand. I need to borrow your hand. Yeah, maybe a good open hand. Let's take yours. Back to that argue, we could just it. Have to do some pretty major edits here, but be too hard. That relatively matches the skin tone. However, okay. Look at that. Just take sprites from your other characters and you retool them, rework them to fit your new characters. If you were an idiot like me and you planned out 140 plus units for your game, then you're going to want to save time wherever you can. Make sure that you can reach that that number. Add a light layer and we should be good. Looks good to me. Which leaves one last thing as far as I'm aware. The head. The helmet. Most exciting part. Woohoo! We made it. Alright. Let's do it then, shall we? Oh. Thanks, Derek. Thanks for showing up. I'm glad you like the music. Yeah, just about ready to start the well, just starting the helmet, yeah, but working on this character all day. Not all day. Oh. 9 hours or so have gone into him so far. In the grand scheme of things, you know, for a full unit in a game, I'd argue 9 hours isn't so bad. So, if this were, imagine if this were 3D, we're talking about like 3D animation and materials and modeling, concepting, all that. I mean, 9 hours, that's something you can complete from beginning, middle to end in one day. That's a pretty good turnaround. Although, granted, that's not including concepting because all that stuff was done last year. So it is quite easy for me to just sprint into painting the character and all that because I already have concepts that I can be referencing. I mean, you can't see them, but I have concepts that I'm referencing for the painting process. So, Ed. Okay. I am interested in how I plan on animating the whatever you call it, the Spartan mohawk thing on the helmet, right? So, that will be interesting. I could maybe attach a little bit of it to the ponytail rig that I have, but not sure how that would go. Probably a bad idea. There'd be unforeseen consequences to that. I'll do piece. That has to be up there. Head. Thanks for sure. I think I'm gonna add the mohawk to the helmet. I'm talking about technical crap you guys don't care about. Don't worry. Moral of the story is I think I got it under control. Let's see. I want to isolate this a little bit more so that I'm not getting. I have lots of space to work with, so I'm gonna take away a couple of pieces here. Keep the neck though. All right. So first things first. Let's get this helmet silhouette established because that's kind of important. Nose piece. Here. My glove. Glorious so far. Why, thank you, sir. Yeah, try to make him very gritty. There's lots of like dirt and blood on him because I want him to be like a not so shiny and pristine like Aranor. A little bit more war torn. and used, because he comes from a much more savage part of the world where there's a lot more blood and death and violence. I want his style to reflect that. Also, I would argue that the average Vinar Republic soldier is a lot more combat experience than other more standard human races. Let that ear poke out a little bit. I know it's a weird head shape, but that's okay because I end up hiding it most of the time anyways. Ah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, these guys, the Agoge, or Agoge? Goye? Okay. I just watched a video on it the other day, but yeah, Vinar Republic, there already is a location on the world map that is supposed to be indicative of. They do go and certain similar to real life Sparta, members of society can offer their children up essentially to the military, and the whatever the Vinar, I don't think it has a name, or maybe it does. I'd have to go and double check the lore book I've written essentially, but whatever the equivalent to the Agoge is here for the Vinar Republic, you know, members of society will offer up their children to that, and in return for like citizenship or wealth or whatever, or just honoring their family, and they go off to like this southern region of Anatrius, which is where Vinar Republic is, and very, very intense, brutal training, and that area is actually pretty close to a lot of like of the local Minotaur populace, so they'd probably have like some sort of trial or initiation where they're like the kid has to go and like kill like a Minotaur warrior or whatever in order to, it's like a rite of passage. Like to think that that's probably something that they do. It's like a lot of those kids probably don't make it back, but nobody said that their society was friendly or easy. But I do like that, because we can take the kind of real world Greece and Sparta, and we can splice it with, tell you what, right out of the gate, ceiling ain't gonna do. We're gonna have to raise the roof a little bit, if you know what I'm saying. Yeah, kill a wolf or something. Yeah, so it's even more badass though here, because Minotaur. But yeah, that's an actual like creature from Greek mythology and all that. So I like that we can kind of like kill two birds with one stone if that makes sense. By incorporating another element of Greek mythology into the standard world building of this race. So. Yeah, I needed more headroom for this, this big old thing I'm about to paint, which needs, it's gonna need even more room. Yeah, that'll be enough. Shape real quick. Silhouette is good. Hoping in the animation process this turns out alright, you know, because the way it stands right now, right, you have this big mohawk. If I don't attach this to some sort of bone and like add a mesh to it and give it some sort of weight, you know, whenever the head like rotates or moves, it's just gonna have this giant like stone static mohawk moving around with it. It's not gonna have any of that squish and bend and frill that it should have because it's a light feathery material. So I'm gonna have to figure out. Suck if I have to essentially create a whole new part of the rig just to support this mohawk, because that's a bit much. If I have to, I have to. Derek, this song reminds me of like a Throgar raid on a village or something. A bit louder? Okay. Well, I turned it from like -10 to like -5.7. So, tell me if that is good when you get the chance. It's a quiet part of a song right now. It'll pick up here in a minute though. Oh. Okay. That is part of my consequence of my setup. We're gonna run into that now and then every hour or two. Song right here is House of the Dragon. It's, that one lady commits honorable suicide, I guess you could say, for a dragon. Really dramatic here towards the end. Quite beautiful. Messy. That's glorious. That looks good. Yeah, it's a really good show. It's I would argue that it's a little bit more like focused and contained as opposed to its predecessor, Game of Thrones. It's like a much more yeah, it's a more focused experience. You know, Game of Thrones is a little bit more big and grand and wide sweeping. I'm not even saying. Like, Game of Thrones has a lot more plot lines, a lot more characters, a lot more plot lines spread out throughout a much larger portion of the world. Or House of the Dragon is like a lot more like concentrated, specifically in the Targaryen and like castle intrigue kind of setting. So if you liked that part of the Game of Thrones series, then you're just gonna get more of that with House of the Dragon. But if you like the White Walkers and the North stuff and all that, it's like, well, there's not much of that in House of the Dragon. Tell you what, could have been like the Rings of Power, though. It certainly wasn't. So thank goodness for that. I made it through one episode of the Rings of Power, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I don't need that in my life. As an avid Lord of the Rings fan, oh yeah, this track slaps. I love this track. This has to be like one of my favorite like epic score tracks ever. What I was saying. Yeah. I just thought that the acting and the characterization and the setting, it's just ugh. Ay. Classic. Yeah, Yeah, I mean, Bear McCreary is a great composer, and okay, you know what you're describing to me? You're describing World of Warcraft nowadays. Music was good, some of the visuals were good, not much else. There's my hot take. Okay. But yeah, no, agreed. Don't think the special effects department deserves any blame in that series. Yeah. Yeah, have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. like how this helmet's turning out. Looking pretty cool, I think. It's selling that Spartan fantasy. Imagine this will be a very fun unit to play. Almost done. Much, I think this stream is going to conclude with the character finished painting. And I'm sure you guys join me again tomorrow night, 6 p.m. is when I will start. Maybe slightly before that, depends on what I'm doing. But yeah, join me tomorrow night, and we will. I'll probably already get the rigging done tonight. Probably even start the animations, maybe. Depends on how the rest of my night goes, but certainly join me tomorrow night though, and we can take this guy that we painted today and animate him. Animation is very fun. Very fun thing to do. Now he is going to go on the standard humanoid rig, which is like I have it's one skeleton that I put all of my human-esque kind of characters on. Obviously, I can't put tigers and T-Rexes and dragons on that. But all my humans go on that rig, and so they share impacts, idles, runs, walks, crowd control, you know, getting knocked down, getting stunned, different stuff like that. But yeah, he's gonna need a couple of new. We're gonna have to create a couple of new features for that rig. For example, the rig currently right now does not support spears, and this character is bringing spears to the game, so we're gonna have to create some brand new spear animations, like attacks and a throw. I also want to create a leaping jab thrust animation inspired from like Achilles. I want there to be like cool ways that you can use this character, so that's one. And then I think that's all the animations that we have to do for him. It'll certainly be enough to let us have some fun tomorrow night. After we are done, like rigging, painting, animations, after we are done with the hoplite, who this character is, the next character is the Javelier, which is similar to this guy, but armored down, no helmet, a lot more cloth, so he has like light armor, and he has a quiver of like javelins, and he throws javelins like on her from Smite. If you've ever played that, that's probably a deep cut for a lot of you. I'm not sure how popular Smite is. I personally love Smite. It's my favorite MOBA, hands down. But that's just the first thing that came to mind when I thought of javelins, was on her from Smite. In fact, maybe I'll reference that animation. I think I more or less got it though. I've gotten pretty good. Animating. I mean, I'm still not like the best animator in the world, but like pretty good, I think. Oh yeah, got some real hardcore 300 stuff now. Lights. Let's try this out. Searching for a brush that might be able to help me make this. This isn't bad. A little bit of push and pull going on here. Very good. I think we should do the rest by hand. A little bit more. Yes. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Orange is an interesting choice. A little bit too much. That's fine. Back it off a little bit. Bit of yellow. want that eye to pop even more. Like eye shadow or something. Getting too lost in the details. There we go. That's really popping. You know, it's not necessarily does the character look good right here at this distance, right? It's does the character look good all the way out here. That's where the player's going to see it most of the time. So, making sure that the shapes and details are readable from a great distance, that's the important part. All right, I think the head is done. There's a couple of more things we need to do. To add the lighting pass, grit pass, and finally, last but not least, add a mouth grit and a blink animation, which in this case is only going to be one eye because you can only really see one eye. The other one's being obscured by the helmet. First things first, let's do grit. Definitely, you just slice somebody's throat and definitely got some, just a little bit of blood on the helmet. Really makes sense. Pretty. I'm not supposed to swear, but I'm gonna do it anyways. It's looking pretty fucking badass. I love him. I really would not rather be doing nothing in this world than doing. I love it. Soon, couple of months. I'm a couple of months away from doing something. I mean, good God, I've always wanted to do. It is a unit for this game that I will be putting in the trailer. It's probably one of my most anticipated units in the entire game, and I'm so excited for it. I think I'm gonna put a surprise, guys. But rest assured, I will stream it, and it will be awesome. There's a couple of units on the agenda coming up that I love doing all of my units, but there's a couple in particular that stand out as like, wow, I've always wanted to do that character. That's gonna be so much fun to do. Want to find love? Our AI will help you. No, I'm good. I love Conquest of Eldinar. That's my love. And Bilbo Puggins, of course. I love him. Buddy? I love you. You look tired. You look like you're a tired boy. Yes. Oh, on, huh? Yeah. I like to not have to, can I just delete that? Can I ban them? Hide user on this channel. Messages will be hidden. Cool. Great. Don't worry, folks, I got rid of the bot. eye color choice here was pretty good. Gold orange, it almost adds like a little bit of an element of like makes him almost kind of seem like he's beyond man, like there's a demigod under that helmet or something. It's ironic considering you know the rest of the Vinar Republic's roster of units, then you know they do have a demigod on their roster. That's their elite fighter unit demigod. He has like a sword and shield, like a flame whip or something. Like Ares, if Ares entered the battlefield. Okay. Well, almost done. So keep that in mind. Wrapping it up here in a few minutes. I had a good time with my first stream. I hope if you were, or hope to those of you who attended, I don't know, learned a thing or two about game art maybe. Enjoyed a chill time, relaxing, watching me work on some art. Yeah, like it says right there, got the schedule there so it can be seen all the time. I will be doing this from now on pretty much 5 days a week, 20 something math, I don't know, 21 hours I think it is. You can catch me every weekday EST. Tomorrow night I will tomorrow night I will be on at about 6. It says on the schedule. Like to see an animation process tomorrow night. I think that's what I'll be tackling. Darkness down on that, obviously, because it's in the helmet. Yeah, you can tell he's like gritting his teeth or something because that white is peeking through the helmet. Okay. Let me think for just a second before I say goodbye to you guys. Let's pop open all the sprites. Every last one. Okay. Yeah. Now, if you're just now tuning in, yes, this one is intentionally missing because it's actually just going to reuse this leg. This leg is going to be reused right here in the rigging process. So outside of that, We have a complete character now, don't we? Hey, what the layering though? Now that I'm looking at this, there might be cause for me to separate the head tassel here on the helmet, because I might need to put it on a different sorting layer, because obviously, look, it's, you know, it's overlapping over the shoulder and all that. Although put it on the head tail there. We'll probably do that just to be safe. We'll do 2 versions of it just to be safe. But that's for me to figure out in the off time. In terms of stream, I think that'll just about do it. So, cheers. Thank you for stopping by my first stream. We'll do this. Thank you for stopping by my first stream. Please, if you have any constructive criticism you'd like to give me in terms of audio, sound, visuals, have any ideas, I think I went over a couple of ideas. Like I could put, like, while I'm working on my art, I could put, like, on the side, you know, top right or something, or maybe top left, I can put like a little video reel of like other characters and units that I've done so far, so there's like multiple things to look at if I'm maybe not painting something necessarily fascinating at the moment. You know, you can look at that instead. You know, I could add things for maybe like widgets for like what song is playing down at the bottom. I guess I have to figure out how to get that to work with my Spotify. I'm sure there's a widget or whatever for it, but yeah, no, just constructive criticism, and yeah, this is going to be a regular thing for me now. So hope you had a good time, and I will see you guys tomorrow, same time. Signing off. Thanks for stopping by. Deuces.